Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Ketchup Court. And I go by the name of Dr. Heinz, also known as Ketchup Man. Thank you so much once again for tuning in for our first ever trial watch to have happened on this channel, and I cannot wait to get into it. I came across this case yesterday when the day one was actually starting out, and I was based on the story that was presented by the from what I saw from day one, and I should say I was immediately intrigued, and I wanted to do this live trial stream so that we can all watch it together, because this is a very interesting case. It's a case of Leilani Simon, who has been accused of murdering her own son, Quinton Simon, who was assaulted by a foreign object before, or an unknown object, before being thrown into a landfill, allegedly. I don't know what actually happened, but hopefully as this trial unfolds, we shall get to know. So without further, I'm going to show the trial of day two, because that's the day that I'm currently covering from, and yeah, we're gonna go on from there. Let me just bring this into the scene, and let's go ahead and watch what day two as to present to us. Very present to us. Judge Tammy Stokes, take it away. Okay, so far two witnesses has gone in, and it's the detectives. From what I watched last night, it was the three detectives that gave testimony. So yeah, I am also going to be writing and making a TDLR for this, for those that don't know who. I think it should be on a. Let me check actually. Okay, 1 second. Oh, I don't want YouTube yet. No, that's not it. Thank you, everyone that tuned in so far. It's not really helpful. Ooh, that's a lot. That is a lot of photos. So it's not a bad house. It's not a bad house at all.
The next image.
I'm starting to pan left. You can see the carport on your left-hand side from the previous.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot to turn the volume on.
And in image 9.
My bad.
Still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10.
One day.
Continue
that is
to
a
pan
dream.
left.
One day we'll do a stream without.
Image 11.
Image 11.
Tech
Continue
issues.
to pan left. Just got some more vehicles in the trash cans and starting to get the side of the house.
Can you see my cursor on the screen, my pointer?
Yes.
All right. What is this here?
Those are 3 trash cans.
And what is that structure that they appear to be sitting on?
It's just a wooden structure that they built, I believe, to keep the trash cans in.
All right. When you began taking pictures, were those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12. Where are we here? What movement have we made and where are we looking?
So I have made my way around. I am at the back edge of their property looking. Now I'm looking towards the, I guess, back of the house, towards the street.
Okay, so you just moved to the back of the property line and you're looking back the way you just come from.
Yes, sir.
Image 13.
I have moved to the right a little bit more.
You're talking about kind of a side step along the back fence?
Yeah, just a little distance.
Okay, and we can still see that white SUV on the left-hand side of the frame?
Yes, sir.
And 2 other vehicles in the center there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this structure on the right-hand side?
That is a detached barn or garage.
A detached garage?
Yeah.
Okay, so far in terms of structures, we've talked about the house itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at a detached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In image 14, where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right. This is just kind of the side of the garage, and there's also a carport attached to that garage.
Is this the back side of the garage, the furthest side away from the house itself?
Yes, I'm still on the property line.
And what are we seeing there on the side of the garage?
2 trailers, a car, and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the back side of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is under?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All of this on the same day.
Now, where are we here relative to the last photo?
The back property line, and then I guess you'd say the far right from where I'm standing, property line looking towards the street. The garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to your right, to where your right shoulder is basically along the fence that bounds the property? Okay. Now, what is that in front of us beyond the detached garage? What are we looking at there?
There's a pull-up here, and those are a couple like fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a couple fire pits. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line. Garage is now on my left. Pole's on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
Oh, I see. Is that what's at the bottom of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pits, looking towards the detachable carport.
Okay, and then is that the RV we see off in the distance?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you've just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to number 17. What are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that area that we see on the other side of the pool from where we are right now? On the back side of the house. Can you just describe that area there?
It's like a covered patio area.
Okay, and what's in it?
There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards the, I guess you would call that a carport, attached carport, there's a little children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Even a swimming pool. Nice. Doesn't look that clean though.
Moving to 18, we've just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool.
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, but the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in underneath the patio in the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area, facing. I'd be facing the carport if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the house on the right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that there was one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and two on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those two on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
On the right side of it?
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room?
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be...
Or I mean the living room door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 22?
Just inside of the play area. You got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, kid toys.
And 23?
This is from the back of the play area looking towards the patio.
Okay, now, this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
If you're wondering for the detective's name, I'm waiting for them to say it myself. I don't know what his name is. I don't think I may have missed it when they introduced him. I may have missed it, but I'm pretty sure he'll come up again soon. But I didn't hear his name, so unfortunately I don't know who is up right now.
If there were a better place to plug it in than right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Is it on that side?
When I drop my water, I end up with my foot. I do apologize.
Your apologies needed.
Okay, so here we are at the front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was 25 and 26. We've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
Yes,
Now, let me ask you this. You walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster?
I feel like that's the
Okay,
best
don't.
way to describe it.
Was it confusing?
It's very confusing.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as States Exhibit 9.
Real quick, Judge.
Once again, if you're tuned in right now, make sure you hit the like button so that I know that you guys are alive. And also you use the chat so that I know that you guys are really alive, so I can confirm and definitely know that you guys are really alive. But yeah.
Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room. That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll come up. We're just going to work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise. Okay. The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
Looks like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not, in fact, a door.
It is.
Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a wall.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right. Do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring one, so if you don't, it's okay.
Thank you.
Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about, as appearing to be a door but not actually being a door?
Let's trade pins. Use this one instead. That's better.
Thank you.
And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen, and I've handed him a Sharpie because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you gotta walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to a bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then come down here. You can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or I guess the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you, and go slow and make sure to do it right, I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen,
I'm not
but on yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the living room door.
Front door you walk through, you have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room door is right here, and then the dining room door is right here.
All right. So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you've described it, from the front door to the living room door? Not the dining room door, not upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, so you said that front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerator's right here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken, and what are we looking at?
so I am at the doorway looking into the room all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too.
Say again?
A child's bed. So
The
we're
child's bed is where?
the couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of the bed?
Dresser.
28, where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser, there's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right hand side.
29,
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where the that door would have been on the previous picture.
the door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30, where are
That,
we here?
that is the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31,
The pillow inside the pack and play.
and 32.
Again, the pillow inside the pack and play.
Now I'm going to zoom in on this picture a little bit. Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believe it to be
What if anything?
vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
I see a PTSD
A
over
lot
that.
redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than
Yes, sir.
it actually was when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
Did not appear to be blood to you?
No.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33, another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after
Okay.
the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
Or on 34, it's on the, I guess you call it the rail at the side.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to, pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved and why?
It was moved due to, or I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play.
Okay. So
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
okay, thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket has been moved.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
Okay. So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here?
Yes, sir.
38,
38, I just pan left, same spot.
39,
39, pan left. You can see the front door in the left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40,
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
41,
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. Continue moving to the left.
43,
Oh, sorry. Pan to the left even more. Kid's bed and the closet door.
44,
Just continue panning.
and 45, what are we looking at now?
45. That's the, I guess, the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the dresser right there on the left-hand side.
All right, and then what is this through that door that I'm,
Just a little
Highlight.
storage cabinet.
all right, that's inside the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
46,
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
and is that on your left as you walk in?
Yes, sir.
50,
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
we can see those dining room drawers that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through.
sir.
51,
Just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around
Is that blood?
the bathroom.
53,
Continue panning right.
What
you
is
have
that?
sink and a
What was that?
mirror.
What was that in
and
the
54.
bath?
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom, and then you got a little storage shelf.
Now, I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Ambisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. Something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They better have a story for that.
Now 55, where are we here?
55. We're at in the bathroom, looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left, and then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56,
Just panning through the dining room, you can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right-hand side.
57?
57, the dining room doors are right behind me, looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
Okay. 58?
Continue painting right. That's a little storage closet, and you have a deep freezer.
Okay. Still in the dining room here?
Still in the dining room.
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner, and I'm looking towards the bathroom door, and you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
All right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside that
Yes, sir.
they call the dining room door. 60?
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left, and then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through, and now you can see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we now?
64, we are in the kind of the doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at the, looks like little pill bottles, right behind that is just the pass-through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on the, you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then the oven and the stove are now on my left.
Okay. So you stepped into the kitchen and turned around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue, or painting left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
And 68, where are we here?
68, the stove, kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator looking towards the sink, and then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner, or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
$69.
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
70.
Continue to pan left.
And what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry
And 71.
and the full pantry.
72.
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
All right, 73. What are we looking at here? Where are we going?
So I am closer to the pantry now, and this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74.
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
And that's out in the hallway.
Yes.
All right, 75. Where have we moved? What are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on my right, and this is the little storage closet that I had in the previous picture with that door.
All right. Just in case anybody's dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point to us where you are at this point in time and which direction you're looking?
So right now I will be right here, looking this way.
Okay.
This is going to be where the closet is.
So So the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 76.
Pretty much have done a 180, and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay. 77.
I've walked through the previous opening, look left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78.
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
79.
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
And can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's that one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80.
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system, and the L-shaped couches on the left. So.
Now 81. Where have you moved here?
This I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have the other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry room area.
Okay. 82. Where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch, looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially visible?
yeah, living room door. Yeah, at the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it. I don't know if y'all can see that in that picture. Far right.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 83.
83, I've panned left from the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have panned left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom?
I did.
And did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Is there a bathroom in there as well?
There is, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here? In 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right. And what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is that pass-through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've panned left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88?
The staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get to the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom. And then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, the left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle. Yeah.
92.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continually panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so this you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom I'm in across the hall into the next bedroom.
97.
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see I can't remember what that was. Kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door, and you can see a start of a children's bed.
All right, so you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right. 98.
Now I panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99.
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this one.
100.
I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
So, what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
Are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier?
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door on it?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking in the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there on the floor of the garage?
Mickey Mouse.
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110. Were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Fair
Did
enough.
you guys take them out of the
1, 2.
rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just trash.
There were some other items in there. They had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111.
111. This is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300
Georgia.
Georgia tag.
112. What are we looking at here? What is happening?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
Okay. So y'all look in the garbage, see what was in there?
Yes, sir.
Normal household garbage?
For the most part.
113.
These are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Cheddar's restaurant.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can't.
And
How do you explain? Is that blood? How do you explain the blood?
So,
Buckhalter Road.
after the 5th, were you involved in processing and photographing some other evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the Dodge Journey?
Yes, sir.
And where did that take place?
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckhalter to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the journey?
That would be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the journey?
Yes, sir.
Is it that? The document in front of you, is that a selection of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Of the journey? Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that appear to you on the 6th?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this in as State's Exhibit 11.
Objection.
State's Exhibit 11 is admitted.
All right. First image in State's Exhibit 11 is on the screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all of our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003 Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22, and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m. for
Yes, sir.
those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This
Not
is
bad
the view
vehicles.
of the front of the journey.
That is it.
Slide 3,
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of pan to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
10.
Oh, sorry. 10. That's
Yeah,
the
go
driver's
on the
side.
screen with me if you can see it on.
That's the
I'm struggling
driver's
to
side
hear them
door.
myself. I'm struggling to hear them myself.
11,
Driver's seat and the floor area.
I don't think I can get it any
That's
higher.
some trash on the floor. Yeah, two alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
what's this alcohol bottle here?
Fireball.
Yeah.
And then this other one here is something called
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey, something like that.
So she was
13.
drinking in the car.
That's still the driver's side steering wheel, and you can see the gear shifter.
Oh, someone was drinking in the car. I don't know if it was her
That's
or
the
someone
driver's
else.
side rear door.
All right, and I just got to be clear for the record, we're on 14. That's the rear driver's side door.
Yes, sir. This
15.
is looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle
Seems
with the
washed.
hatch open.
Now,
What is that?
this whitish substance, is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not put that in.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before on the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window that there's
Yes.
some stuff in there?
Yes, sir.
So this was in there during a police response.
Yes, sir.
It's already there. It's not something that got in there between the 911 call or at least between police arrival and your photographing the car.
Yes, they had it.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do a little, we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal.
What do you
baby
mean?
cereal.
You said you did what
Like a-
test?
We Took a sample of it, put it in some hot water, and stirred it up. Kind of had a grainy, oaty smell.
A grainy, oaty smell?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in the water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
So it's a spillage then. It's a spillage of a children's cereal.
17.
This is the passenger side rear door. And looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the floorboard?
That is a Natural Light beer can.
19.
Front passenger door.
20.
That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
21. That's it for Stacy's exhibit. 11.
Yes, sir.
One more.
I believe there's one more witness to come.
Is it also part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video footage?
Yes, sir.
You sometimes get them from Ring doorbells on people's houses,
Yes, sir.
from businesses.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of Ogeechee Road and Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
If you were watching with us, make sure you hit the like button.
2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2 days after the
It would definitely help
911
us,
call, or after the Chevron, you
with the
get video
algorithm.
footage.
Yes, sir.
You know how it
And
works.
for what
You know,
time
YouTube thing.
period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick? We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected? Is 1 minute of video footage?
Looks like it's more than 1 minute.
Okay. Well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame? I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame that you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 115 to 118 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
118 to 130-ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron during
No,
that
sir.
time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
And what did it do?
It traveled north on Ogeechee, it turned into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay. So you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron. It's driving by the Chevron and turning into Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes,
Or,
sir.
like incorrect?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the time stamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and used our phones we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
Okay. And is the idea there that the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you can compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 80 minutes.
Behind or ahead?
Behind,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that and tell me whether it refreshes your memory as to when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October 2022.
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, does it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in the States Exhibit 55.
Objection.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right. States Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Is that where Iggy Azalea got a name?
Now, slide 2.
Azalea Mobile Homes?
What is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
So this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath a camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to
kinda
side of the management?
It's
office?
yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again?
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
And was the goal of this photo kind of figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of a car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters, but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this in the foreground here, this area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at here?
This is the photo log for the 9th when we return to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for, I don't know, the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have the timestamp right above that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, it's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working? That's a no?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, it looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that where you're getting that these cameras were about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference between 10:59 and 12:20 is about 80 to 81 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now this next image, slide 6, is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
Okay. And that's you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the chevron's right.
Which one's your vehicle?
The police truck
All
on the left side,
right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Slide 7, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all three.
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay, so while they're doing that, I'm gonna try and fast forward it because yeah, it's a bit. Let me try and fast forward it right now.
Let me just ask you this.
Oh, okay,
Did
it's
the
back
cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there at U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right then.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr.
No.
Hilliard?
Thank you.
Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you need to if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit.
I like this
I'll show
judge.
you what I mean.
I like this judge. Gave us
I
permission.
recognize you're sitting for a long
Gave
time.
us permission. Oh, God, was I feeling that?
Kind of change the channel,
No.
get your blood flowing again.
Okay, don't.
All right. All right. Okay.
I like her. She goes to the gym. I can tell. I can tell she goes to the gym.
Officer Shinker, I'm going to start where you left off because it makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these, like State's Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Just a moment. Mr. Shinker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Shinker. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th, you noticed some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you documented it, and that's what we just dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made no further inquiry other than just to note it?
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant or the other officer did.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking you what you did, okay? So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right. So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabrics or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of a substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how many people were out there that day on October 6th,
Why
I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and Corporal Shiro.
Okay, so two of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went through the vehicle and you've noted the alcohol containers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize those?
Did I see those?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were taken into evidence, correct?
No.
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them.
Just photograph.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case, you don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence,
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
I guess that would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. Let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be.
Okay, I
But
see what
if they
you're doing.
both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA imprints would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly.
It was.
You did take that, though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
It's white.
but
So
it wasn't
could-
any
you need to-
biological
you need to-
material.
No.
It could have been
wasn't any
cocaine.
sort of cleaning solvent
For
or
all.
anything like that.
I
was it?
mean,
Okay, but it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think you're wrong. It was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
Okay, and what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just blue starred it, and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the front driver's seat.
Okay, did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Now, with regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there's a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the train?
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
All right. And that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. And actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's do that because it's a better overview and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to thumb through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So looking at State's Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors opened directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room door opens into a play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate. in
Right.
front of
And it
But
seems
yes.
to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off,
Yeah.
and the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door onto the patio than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Okay. Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Okay. So they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that is directly in front of the front door?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, if I'm misstating it, or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there's a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they used, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures, and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about. A lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believed it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question for Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay? So it was, but you believed it to be vomit, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs or I guess beds in there Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
All right, so this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm not mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes, when we put it on the computer at work.
All right. And does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we've discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Schenck. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about a spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue stars are chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, and the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Then what do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or
Then,
as dark as you can get it.
again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue?
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark?
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit?
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
There you go.
All right. You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that was recrossed, but nothing much came out of it. I'm going to fast forward it now to the next witness. I believe the name is. Let me fast forward it first and foremost before even naming the witness.
Room. Don't expose yourself to any media or social
Okay, so they're gonna
media.
take a quick
All right?
recess. So
Let's
I'm
take
gonna
15 minutes. We'll be back at
quickly-
11.
Okay, so
Thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news stories or media. All right. So we are going to begin now, and we'll turn to the state to call its next witness.
Marion Lemons.
all right, Marion Lemons as the next witness.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am.
She also works
All
for
right,
the
good morning, detective.
She's a detective as well.
When you're ready, Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons. It's Marian, Lemons, Lemmons.
And where are you from?
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did?
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Not currently.
Okay. But do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formerly at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay. Can you tell us about the organization and staffing of it? Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, as of October 2022, how long had you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
Okay. And what, if any, training had you gotten to that point, October 2022, in the way of homicide investigations?
I have taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with GIPSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency for law enforcement in Georgia.
Okay. And can you describe that course for us? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
Had you
City,
taken?
excuse me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It was in City, Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at GIPSTIC?
At GIPSTIC, I also took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, and probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by best practices for interviewing children through the Child First training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this Child First child interview training, how did you end up going to that? Did you volunteer or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say.
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes, so any training I could get on the subject I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases.
Yes,
And had you investigated child deaths?
I had.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No.
And why is that?
They very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the Counter Narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
You guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT,
Yes.
but you still get paid
Still in.
by,
Yes.
by Chatham County Police?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask you about the scene. Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter Road
I did.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may have been the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkins and Detective Noble.
Okay. And about what time of day did you arrive? Best of your recollection.
I believe it was after 12.
Okay. So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up, and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers, and we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who are we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses.
patrol?
Yes.
Okay. All hands on deck.
Yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
Okay. And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
Okay. And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
Okay. One moment, please. I'd like to pull up a picture for you.
Okay, let me fast forward a little bit. I think they're on a little bit of a. Hopefully, I don't miss any details.
This is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the pack and play that you're describing, looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So, I mean, there's some on the lip right here that I could see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay. So all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
I see why they say assault now. In a way.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay. As someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. In Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I have published a paper version for the jury just by kind of getting a little Van White here.
Yes.
And actually, you can pass that around. Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit.
Smelled like vomit, yeah.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit?
Vomit.
I'm trying to get it just right to the right spot here.
Is that a big exhibit? Is that a big exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's head.
Okay. It's not mine anymore, John. It belongs to the clerk, so I'll bring it back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp in the top right corner?
It is 12/31/20.
All right. What are we going to hear you say in this bit that we're going to play?
That it smells like vomit.
I can't stand the smell, so I'm staying out here. They got them on the back porch. They're not in the house.
3150 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence in that?
No.
Now, in State's Exhibit 3, slide 27. What time are we at here?
This is 12:43:12.
And is that you on the far right?
It is.
And who are you talking to here?
I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
Okay. And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand,
Yep.
the precinct or something like that. But can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Memorial.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene, just more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Schenker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for potential forensic analysis?
Yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
Okay. And you were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Okay. Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police Department at this time, October 5th?
So there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how is that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle, and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever you're interviewing sits against. Now,
is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, so that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
Okay. So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Okay. Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him?
I did.
Interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
just if he knew where Quinton was. I think I asked if he knew where Quinton likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
Okay. And was that interview productive in any way?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time, so his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of a bust?
It was.
And again, how old was he at the time?
At 3.
Okay. But you tried.
I did.
And again, you have specific training to interview children.
Yes.
And it just did not work.
It did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Okay. And why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Miss Nolan will usually do some sort of press release, or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
Okay. And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
Okay. And they had to be kind of held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure?
Yeah, at that point we would have had a grid search in that entire area, so we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Okay. Is it normal for the public information officer to come out to deal with them?
Yes.
Because they want to know what's going on.
Yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. At this case, it was a missing child, so she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there at
No.
this scene? Okay. All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they, the three of them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room, and then Paul was in a conference room.
Why were they all in separate rooms?
Because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Who interviewed whom?
Yeah, so at that point we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Solomon, Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation/spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
Okay. How was your cell phone positioned during this
I
interview?
did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angles facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and the early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes,
And did she give that to you?
she did.
To the best of your recollection, I know I'm asking you to kind of summarize a lot, but what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel.
And what time was she saying that Orajel trip was at?
Around 1.
And where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
To the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Ogeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes,
The one right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now you've seen the statement that the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene.
Yes.
Was her story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially, was it substantially the same as what she had told him on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
before they went to sleep,
Okay.
around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quinton went to bed and where?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30 she'd put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling, crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what did she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you see in front of you, first of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12?
Oh, okay. What she's doing now?
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes.
And does that include a
For that's
certificate
gonna take longer.
the 911 communication center?
It does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as State's Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call that kicked this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this.
This will be interesting. The 911 calls are always
Please
interesting
proceed.
to see whether the person committed the crime or not. Well, in my opinion, I think they are very important. It kind of gives you the present, state of mind of the accused, because she's the one that made it.
And I'm going to play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds in.
Also, shout out to everyone that's here right now. Let me know who you are in the
9:38:37
comments.
seconds, October 5, 2022.
Channel 911, what is your emergency?
Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Halter Road. We believe he's going to be kidnapped.
535 Bullhalter?
Yeah.
You said someone's been kidnapped?
Yeah, we.
Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I've stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file's
Interesting.
a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes.
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
It is.
And there's also some of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quinton Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quinton Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
It's 1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want me to play it again?
Yes.
Also, let me know how you're feeling in the chat. Let me know that you are live in the chat if you are locked in with me.
9:38:37 seconds,
Yeah.
October 5, 2000.
All right. What time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
All right. So let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that on your phone.
Yes.
I
Is
wish
that
he
the
spoke
only
louder.
interview you conducted
I wish he spoke
of the
louder.
defendant on that day?
No.
All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as State's Exhibit 13?
Yes.
The mic is right there. Just stand where the mic is, or it's got
Yes.
like a mic. Okay.
Now, broadly speaking, what's on this thumb drive?
It was the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Okay. Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer it, and I'd like to introduce that, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, subject to the redactions, Judge. So,
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive is lactation room first video. Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
And actually, as I open it up, I realize that this is a 28-minute video, and it is 11:45. Would the court like me to proceed or not?
I'm going to have to vary and get a consensus. The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video, see that video.
I was looking for the stretching. I wonder if she's going to do it again.
My name's Brad Snyder. I work with the FBI. We work together a lot. What you have to kind of use anytime that you respond to something like this. If they find that evidence, it doesn't miss the FBI. Helping out with this.
That's why he's here. I'm Detective Lemons. I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk and get some more information too, okay? Will you spell your name for us?
It's Leilani. Lani.
Lani?
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Leilani.
What was your last name?
Simon.
Two M's or just one? What's your date of birth?
11/30/99.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything you're having. We can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just once you kind of think back the last 24 hours and just kind of give me, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, just tell me your...
dentist getting my wisdom tooth pulled.
Okay.
About this time yesterday.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I was babysitter because I went to work and I left because of the amount of pain that I had. So I just went there and I had them keep the kids.
Where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA in Port Whitworth.
Eclipse? What type of work is that?
Warehouse.
Loading.
Okay. And all that stuff. Or whatever. So I called babysitter and I stayed hold him a little bit longer. All the kids. She had all three of them. He still was with me. And I was hurting. I wasn't holding that. So
Did you give any sort of hydrocodone or anything for the
ibuprofen. 800 milligram. I witnessed the $15 of 800 milligram ibuprofen. That's how I went. So I went home. I took a nap. We cleaned up a little bit.
That was.
When we officially got up, about 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to go pick up the kids. And I made spaghetti before we picked them up. That's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up and gave them all a bath. We had food. I sent Danny out to Red Box to get a movie for the kids and all of them to watch tonight. So that's there too. And I put them down to bed and Quint he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself. It takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's over there, blah, 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 blah. We're however long it is. He probably fell asleep. It was probably almost 2:30. When he finished, baths, dinner, cleaning up, all that stuff was done for about 9:30, a little bit of TV time, and then, bed. We went to bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So I called Circle K to see if they had orange out. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with, who has a lot of mouth problems, and asked her if she had any origin. I met her up there at the Chevron. They called her. They got back and went back home. Y'all, it's gone 12 minutes. I got it for my wife 3
was that again?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Now I got home. Because I was on Toddler. Literally what it showed. And I go there, put it in, and I check the kids. Everybody's good as sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quinton knocked out like this in his playpen and was aiming with a tablet on his chest that I wasn't touching. And so I go to bed. I'll wake up about 9, almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why none of the kids got the babysitters. So, the front door was partially open, but hopefully it was not wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is up. No way, normally, ever. And I get up and I go shut it, not even thinking nothing about it. I just got out of bed, the door's open, let me shut the door, and I turn around and I check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinton's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, in the closets, in the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I called Jamie. Did you take them to the babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you, forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was sleeping in the playpen room up this morning. I was like, well, he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. Because I got 2 kids out of the house and it was, my brother was asleep. And I had 2 kids and it was just me searching and screaming and I couldn't find anything at all. I couldn't even find this cup he had when he went to bed.
You can find his
Couldn't find his cup.
his cup.
His cup. And then he had a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal toy he went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quinton take any medication at all? Does he have to
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached the age of 10. And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to.
Okay.
And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Has he ever, describe me his bed. Is it like a crib or a
playpen.
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Okay. Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
So he can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick at the time out. No matter what time out in front of my oldest, and he'd go and grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was missed. Nothing at all.
And you have full custody of Quinton?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I didn't have a job and my car broke down when he said it had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we were supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for all of us.
That's interesting.
So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of giving me back the custody and legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That's her house that we were at. And I was like, since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that the kids they were supposed to be legally by the book, because I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, I'm gonna be okay, y'all.
I know.
He's so little, he's so sweet. He's so sweet.
We can't imagine what you're going through, and I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue? rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay.
My father and I haven't been on good terms since before I found out I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later I found out I was pregnant. So,
What is his name?
The father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
When was the last time you saw him?
I haven't seen him in over a year.
Does he knows where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, let me know. Here's an address. Or if all he was trying to do was use Quinton as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months ago.
Started denying him. Started ignoring him. Just blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I have tried to pull up now is the new one that he recently sent me a friend request with, so I can see if I try to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I'm in like 3 Facebooks.
Yeah. Do you have your phones here?
They're
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so we can look it up?
okay. Yeah, you can search it up. I tried to pull it up.
Here. Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1864.
1864?
1864.
I don't know if I have messages because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I used for my mother after my mother was broke. I already have to make new accounts. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I tried to search him up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quinton. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes.
Bubba
Bubba said
said that.
that. Bubba Moss.
When did he say that?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating, and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quinton after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent when in relation to this interview?
I believe those specific ones she said a few weeks prior.
Okay. Now, did you look in her phone that day?
I did.
And were you able to see any messages along those lines in her Facebook?
No.
Was she able to pull them up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes.
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cops there, but she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and said, "Why didn't you tell me about that?" I told your mother, but she didn't tell me I'm the one here.
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you, every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is to this case. So with that, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, for past drug abuse, but it's important.
Listen,
Okay.
hey, whatever medicine they jacked up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you owe any debts to anybody? Do you have anybody that you?
I don't even know that I do.
No drugs.
No, I do not borrow. I do not go to sleep. Everything's handled, dishes, food, kitchen. Time for my to go to sleep. I have severe anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself, or do you get it through?
I purchased it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensary and I've done CBD, actual, and that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought, actually, off the street, probably 3 weeks ago, and it was nothing but eggs. Because I've been trying to use the dispensaries around the house.
So nobody has any sort of motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. Like going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
No. I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I moved up there to be with him. Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have caught him cheating multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. Or whatever. And I might be pulling messages where, his ex was pretty much, saying that, send him on back home. I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man, he's a good husband, he's a good father, and you don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercation between me and somebody else out there would have been over him and probably towards another woman. But at that time, I didn't never have my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house that's your mother's? Who lives there? I understand the kids, but adults.
Paul.
Who is Paul?
That's my little brother.
That's your brother. Who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
And Daniel is
my fiance. And then my stepdad and my mom. There's 3 dogs. Okay. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ASVAB to take to go to the military. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads. Me and my mom were all on and off. So I distanced myself from the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came involved. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah, so if he's leaving, normally it's 1:20 when he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's about 10:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house. Which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in a week.
Is that car at the house now?
Yes.
Okay.
The Silverado's at the house, and my Dodge is at the house.
Okay.
And Paul was at the house when Quinton was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody, and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find him.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. I just went there and started yelling at him, please come help me, I can't find Quinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was just, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs. He got up, he came out there to try to help.
Is Quinton a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep, but does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep over?
He's like I can't even explain it. He just lays there babbling. He goes on and on and on. Most of the time it's not even words. And if it is, it's Mama eat, tea, play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quinton?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise, or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of keep try to keep all my kids inside the house. I was on running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? At what time? He gets off work at 10, so what time does he normally get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home, but it's like 11.
So what time did he get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He ain't got nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went and woke him up at about 9 o'clock.
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that he left. You didn't hear the door open. Nothing.
No door opening. The truck didn't even look like it was moved in the slightest way at all.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, "Hey, Quinton's missing"? I see this.
He jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean your business is missing?" I was like, "He's missing. I can't find him. Come help me." And then I started running back down the stairs and then opening closets because I know his closets and everything under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking, and finally looked at him. I was like, "Come on."
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there, that was the very first phone call that went out about Quinton being gone. The second one would have been to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody pick them up, didn't see nothing like that, and then she came over and tried to help look as well, and she was like, "You want to check the closets again?" I was like, "We're going to call the cops. We're going to call the cops." Called the cops. The cops were called by 9:30.
And you made that call to 911?
Yes. I'm going to call 911.
Okay. Did Danny make any calls?
I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone, which is why I was wondering if ended up making the call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. That I'm aware of. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What does he do?
Daily routine. Normally, if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm like, I was sleeping another 10 minutes. Since I said I'm only I get dressed. Then we go to work. We get off.
Y'all ride to work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2:30.
Today just happened to be your day off.
Today just happened to be. I was to school yesterday and I wasn't going to work. So about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by to the convenience store or gas station or whatever, something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to picking up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did he cook the spaghetti last night? Or
No, I cooked the spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
No seasoning.
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night, at what time?
4:30? No, it was we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth because I knew I wasn't gonna even drive. They were gonna inject me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30 because I wanted to know. Because getting before we were there.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Or just hanging out, the two of you at the house?
We did like clean up the laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
And y'all were there at the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think he went up to the store once for a Peter. That was it.
What time would that have been?
probably 3:45, right before we had a kid.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He was at the house
He was at the house the entire time.
How do you know that?
He was on bed.
He was beside you.
He was on bed.
Y'all sleep in the same bed?
We sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in, obviously to clean up. We got our bathroom, then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just like pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room was like the kids' sleep/living room, and then the other side was our bed. Whatever, that's the only side of the house we had nothing. I can say for a fact that he was there because it was laying in bed pissing me off, and I hope we do anything this week.
Now, who physically picked Quinton up and put him in the playpen last night?
In the play, I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. So he was laying there. I showed him the tablet, and when I took that away, he was for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take the tablet away?
9:50.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still babbling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30,
Yeah.
10:40. But no, he was still, when I took it away, that's when it was, I can't even make the noises even.
Yeah. So during that time, when you hear him babbling, you don't go in there and check on him, you just hear him.
Yeah, we hear him babbling the whole time, or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on him like this on the bed and sleep. So I'm just hearing him babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when we really in there and checked. I'm 12 something before I left to go get some orders. So I checked again. He was asleep.
Where was Danny when he left?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Oh, okay. Wonder what's going on. I'll take this opportunity to say hit the like button, guys. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, I think they're going for a recess now. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I think they're going for recess, or maybe they're doing some legal arguments. So let's hear them out. Let me fast forward a little bit to after the jury goes into the deliberations.
What is his number?
I wonder what's going on.
So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed as well that one of the jurors was sleeping.
Oh, God.
And I was keeping an eye on him, but it seemed to continue. So I thought it was better for us to stop and address it now. I can remind them all of the need to stay awake and to help each other stay awake, but it seems it's pretty early in the day and it seems to be a problem already. So I want to turn to counsel and ask you how you would like to proceed with this. Mr. Hilliard?
Judge, I can just tell you, in the past, in the past, when you have long, dull, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go, do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record, and I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we'd redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the
So jurors were sleeping.
names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. And it's just, I don't know if there's any way to possibly do it. So.
Mr. Dean. let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that.
Lots
So,
of talking.
so do you want to just remind them to stay awake at this point, and we give it a go? Because I also understand too. We're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and I don't know, tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that
It's very quiet.
made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand. He can do what he needs to do in here. But that information going out is what my concern is about the children, Jane and Scott.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information, and if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information, and I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, is given for Quinton, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. It really has more to do with Zane and Scott, Judge, at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe they could bleep it or modify it or in some way, shape, or form change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year. And not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
And that seems reasonable. It doesn't hinder the state, and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern in this, Judge.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, far be it from me to intervene on behalf of Court TV here, but I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like a last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome, and I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children being, or the other children being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I made the record, Judge. I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring the jurors out.
Let's just fast forward that. So jurors are back in. I'm not sure if they're going to go for a long extended break now. But
In the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well. The good news as we begin this video is that there's only about 3 minutes or so left. Okay. I'm just going to ask you all. It's really hard, and I get it. It's quiet, and sometimes things are droning
I like
on.
her so much.
Do your best to stay awake and to pay attention to what's here. I know it's difficult, but let's give it a try. And so with that, Mr. Dean.
Just to make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds into the file, and I'll resume it now.
Thank you.
He was on the couch, on the bed.
He was on the bed.
He was on the bed watching something. I can't remember the movie. Man. Cops go to heaven, or something about cops in heaven. After like 5 minutes.
This Danny, is he a drug user at all?
Mm-mm.
Not at all?
No. If anybody wants to say he does anything, he drinks. And that's only like 6 5 a day. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all? No.
Never even violent towards me. The most violent I've ever seen him was hitting a horn in traffic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically. Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I said, well, if you did drop him off and you did I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know how he got out of bed this morning. So,
Do you normally sleep that heavy? No. You don't?
No, I think it had a lot to do with was tired, pain, everything. So I was out when I was finally out.
And Quinton, he didn't get any medications last night. He wasn't sick. No Robitussin, no cough syrup. Nothing like that. He didn't have anything.
No, all the kids have been a little stuffy. My fears just a change in weather. So I don't give them medicine unless you're running a fever or sound like you're about to die.
Do they, where do you keep all the medicine?
In my bathroom cabinet or in the kitchen cabinet above the sink.
Okay. Does he ever go in there by himself?
He can't get up there if he wanted to.
Okay.
Even with the little stools and chairs, his little, the dude's short and bow-legged. Okay, his legs are like this, and he stands up, his head maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call Danny?
I remember looking at the phone while I was yelling at him, saying I couldn't find Quinton. It was like 9:17 at that point.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call Danny?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Quinton was missing by 9. That's a 30-minute delay of me trying to find him and see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny to see if he knew anything, saying he did, and that's when I called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do.
I'm Ellis James.
And I'm Colin Murray.
And this is Everything to Play For. And our latest 2-part series is all about cricket maverick Kevin Peterson.
We'll be talking about the Ashes highs and lows, KP spats with the cricketing establishment, and a certain text message scandal.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is as good a time as any to take a break.
Apologies for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break.
So they are going on a break. Apologies for my end of that little ad that was playing. That was playing during the break. So they are on a break right now. I'm going to do the. I'm going to ask you guys to, first and foremost, do the YouTube things and hit the like button. But on top of that, let me just try and go back to a point because they are back in session now.
6 State
Okay,
of
they're back in
Georgia.
session now. So, yeah, that was what the ad was. It was playing on another tab on
On the
another
record
window.
with SPCR 2203.
So we are back in now into into court. So I'm going to go ahead and press play. Thank you everyone that have been tuning in to watch with me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream. Hopefully the interruptions are not too much. And yeah, we are gonna go right back into the stream right now. So yeah, let's go ahead and press play.
3364J6, State of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Counsel is at their tables, and Ms. Simon is seated between her counsel, and Detective Lemons is on the stand and ready to continue. So, Mr. Dean, is the state ready?
The state is ready, Your Honor. The first thing that we're going to do is ask to take a break in Detective Lemon's direct examination and take a couple of other witnesses. So I don't know whether the court wants her to just come to the table now and sort of announce to the jury what's happening before we call this next witness.
We can do that. You can step down.
If we could just announce to the jury kind of what we're doing so they don't wonder what's happening. It's something we've agreed on for scheduling purposes, to taking witnesses out of order, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm going to sit down. Gather up all your stuff. That's your stuff.
6. By the way, while this is going on, we are covering the Diddy case on this channel, and he has got 6 new lawsuits filed against him. 6. Cannot wait for the unintentional juror podcast this week. I cannot wait. And on top of that, we are also doing the hindsight podcast on the main channel as well. So I cannot wait for that as well, because we are going to be talking about the young Philly case.
Please bring in the jurors.
That's a hindsight extra podcast. Hindsight extra. So yeah, I cannot wait to go into these cases and these stories, especially tomorrow's story, because that's young Philly, who, if you guys know who young Philly is, he's a famous YouTuber that is with Chunks, I believe his name is, and he has been accused of rape and grape, I should say, and other crimes. So, but it's a bit murky, because some people have come out in his defense saying that some of the girls are lying, and we're gonna be going through that on the hindsight extra stream. So I can't wait to do that. But the court is back in session. Yeah. So so we're gonna go right back into court. The jurors are gonna be present. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure that you hit the like button. I'm watching you. Don't turn. Make sure you hit the like button so that the algorithm can pick us up, and also don't forget to share the stream as well. Okay, let's get back into it.
All right, please have a seat, jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Thank you. Welcome back. And were you able to follow the court's instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, All right, very well. So at this time, Detective Lemon was on the stand when we broke for the break. Detective Lemons has now rejoined the state's table. The state has 2 other witnesses, and for time scheduling purposes, we're going to break from Detective Lemon and move to these 2 witnesses, and the state is ready to call them now. And I'm offering that so you'll understand why we're doing what we're doing at this point. All right, Mr. Dean, the state may call its first witness, or the next witness.
Farah Rajabi.
Raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, thank you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Farah Rajabi, and I'm a special agent with the FBI in the Augusta office.
Could you spell your first and last name for the jury and for the court reporter, please?
Sure, it's Farrrah, and last name is Raja, B as in boy, I.
And you mentioned that you're a special agent with the FBI.
Yeah, I got it right the first time round, except for the Farrah
About 5
part.
years now.
That was
Can
one
you tell us a little bit
that was
about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. I attended Baylor University in Texas. I have a law degree from South Texas and Houston, Texas. I was with Homeland Security Investigations before I became an agent with the FBI.
Random girl, thank you so much for tuning
Have you
in.
been stationed or assigned to the Augusta office for the entirety of your time with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, I did.
And how did that happen?
My supervisor at the time, Brian Osden, received a call from the then supervisor of the Savannah FBI office, Will Clark, and asked if we would help locate Henry Bubba Moss, who was the presumed father of Quinton Simon, and he was located in Burke County, and the Augusta FBI office covers Burke County.
And do you remember what date or what approximate date this was that you initially became involved in the Bubba aspect of the case?
I believe it was October 5th of 2022.
Okay, so that would have been day one then, right?
Yes.
And after that, did you conduct some interviews relating to the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss Jr. on the night of October 4th?
Yes, that day we went down and located him.
Did you yourself interview Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
I was with Brian Osden, my supervisor, and a task force officer with our office named Lee Belmer.
Okay. And were you present for that interview?
I was.
And did it occur?
Yes, it did.
Did you all, as a team or individually, interview anybody else in relation to Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s whereabouts on that night?
His girlfriend, Christian Black, was also present, so we interviewed her as well. It was kind of a joint interview.
And did anybody speak to his boss?
Yes, Lee Belmer spoke to his boss on the phone.
And that's the task force officer you mentioned?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was an effort to follow up on the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss by your office.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you all have some kind of ongoing contact with him during the investigation?
Yes, we contacted Mr. Moss several times. After that initial interview, we went back and obtained a DNA sample from him, and we also let him know that Quinton was likely deceased.
What was the date that you collected a DNA sample from him?
I believe it was October 13th.
Okay. And was that, did he agree to that, first of all?
Yes, he did.
So you did not need to obtain a search warrant for his DNA or anything like that?
No.
Right. He just willingly allowed you to take it?
Yes.
Okay. How do you take a DNA sample in any case?
We have a kit that includes a swab, and usually you just open the kit and the person swabs each side of their cheek for about a couple seconds or so, and then you seal each swab and submit it to the lab for testing.
Are they swabbing the inside of their cheek or the outside of their cheek?
The inside of their cheek.
Okay. And is that what happened with Mr. Moss?
Yes.
And did you seal those swabs in an envelope?
Yes, we did.
And was his name and identifying information written on the outside of that envelope?
Yes.
And was that swab, or I guess it sounds like maybe more than one swab in there?
Well, there's one swab for each side of the cheek.
Oh, okay, I see. So 2 swabs total?
Correct.
Right. Was that envelope containing those swabs provided to the Savannah FBI office?
Yes, yes, it was.
Is that because the Savannah FBI office was essentially like the lead office for the FBI of the case?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 34?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the consent form that Mr. Moss signed. It's a handwritten consent form. We didn't have one with us, so we just hand wrote, I, Henry Bubba Moss, consent to providing a DNA swab to the FBI.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the original handwritten form?
Yes, it is.
Does it include a line for Mr. Moss to sign?
Yes.
And did he sign?
He did.
And does it include a line for a witness to sign?
Yes.
And who was the witness?
The witness was Brian Osden.
Your Honor, I would move this document into evidence as State's Exhibit 34.
I would use it, Judge. I don't have any objection to it.
Okay, State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
And what does this document reflect as to the date that this DNA sample was collected?
October 13th, 2022.
Okay. Does it look there like somebody initially wrote October 23 and then kind of
Yes.
corrected it to 13?
Yes, that was my mistake, and I corrected it to the 13th.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hilliard.
Just a couple, Judge. Grab the microphone. Good afternoon, Agent Rajabi. How are you?
Great, how are you?
Good. So you were contacted, I guess, on October 5th, and it seems like it was October 13th. You had already contacted and collected the DNA sample from Mr. Moss, correct?
Correct.
And then turned it back over to the Savannah office.
Correct.
Did that include everything that you did as you were asked in this case?
I believe, I'm not sure if it was after the 13th. I think it was. We went back and collected fingernail and hair samples from Mr. Moss as well that were submitted for some testing, but I don't know. I don't remember what that testing was.
Was that sometime later?
Sometime later, yes.
And again, but I guess I should ask a better question then. So with regard to the collection and the interviews, that was basically all you were asked?
Yes, correct.
And you turned all of that back over to the Savannah office, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
All right, any further questions for the agent?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
That was quick. All right, let me see if I can fast forward it. I think it's. Yeah.
State may call its next witness.
All right. I should have waited. Oh well, I can't rewind. They're gonna call him anytime now. No redirect. Okay. While we're here, make sure you go on to drhines.info to get your report, your Hines reports, which I do every case I cover. I intend to collect as much information as possible.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole
And
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Step this way, please.
And I publish it onto drhines.info. So when you're on there, you can grab the TDLR reports so that you can be acquainted with these cases.
Introduce yourself to the jury?
All right, let's go back.
Yes, my name is Brian A. Osden. I'm an assistant special agent in charge of the FBI Atlanta Division.
Are you Brian with an I or with a Y?
With an I.
Okay. And how do you spell Austin?
It's O-Z-D-E-N.
Oh,
Yeah,
I spelled it with an S. Okay, Osden.
For about 21 years, a little over 21 years.
Have you been assigned to the Augusta office the entire time?
I was assigned to the Augusta office in 2003. I worked there until 2015, where I did an overseas tour till 2018. I came back as the supervisor for the Augusta and Statesboro office, and then in 2023 I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, which covers all of the offices outside of Atlanta, which includes the Augusta and Statesboro office as well.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI? Where did you go to school?
Yes, sir. I was a I went to the University of South Carolina. I have a degree in business management science, concentrating in operations, production management, and information systems. Following my graduation from college, I went to work for IBM Corporation, joined the Air Force Reserves, and then following September 11th, 2001, I joined the FBI in 2003.
Now, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, sir, I did.
We've just heard testimony from Special Agent Rajabi that your office became involved on day one on October 5th. Is that what you recall?
I was made aware of it on day one, yes.
And how did you become aware of it?
There was an individual that was related to the case. We called him Bubba. Henry Moss. He was the biological father of the child, so the Savannah office contacted me to try to locate him and ask him some questions. In addition to that, I was also contacted because of my involvement with having involvement with the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, so I was also asked to assist for that reason.
So initially, were you involved in the effort to conduct some interviews regarding the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss Jr. on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your team conduct those interviews?
We did.
Okay. You mentioned something about the CARD team, I think?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the CARD team is?
So within the FBI, because I've worked a number of cases, crimes against children, I applied to be and was put on the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. It's a group of FBI agents and support employees that specialize in the recovery of missing children. I was put on that team in 2014. I took a small break when I was overseas, and then I was put back on the team when I returned to the United States in 2018. At this particular time, I was designated as a team leader for CARD and had been on numerous deployments for this type of case. So these were not unfamiliar.
Had you had any training in the area of child abductions by the time October of 2022 rolled around?
Yes, we have annual conferences, training, best practices, a number of specialized trainings, and numerous things that may help to locate. I also teach and have taught numerous times on the recovery of missing children.
Okay. And, you know, we've talked about these interviews pertaining to Henry Bubba Moss Jr., but those did not occur in the Savannah area, did they?
No, sir. They were in the AOR that I was responsible for at the time, in the Augusta AOR, which is area of responsibility.
Well, I'm glad you clarified the acronym because that's going to be my next question. In your capacity, though, as a team leader with the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, did you in fact come to Savannah?
I did. I was asked by the supervisor of Savannah. He and I had worked together because we're peers. He knew of my involvement in the CARD team, and he asked me to come and assist them with their investigation.
And what did you? What sort of assistance did you provide initially?
So the first thing I did was just had everybody we met in the conference room. We had a briefing, what they knew up to that point. The CARD team has a very specific process that we follow. What we wanted to do is, because we were still very early on in the investigation, we just kind of wanted to look at what they had done and then kind of reset, starting with the CARD process. Not to overlook anything they'd already done, but just to go back and do it the way that the CARD lays it out and does it from start to finish. So I started to put some of those pieces in process and help the investigative team with some of the things that I knew from my experience in working a number of these types of cases, how they could maybe go back and start from that and use that process to try to locate Mr. Quinton Simon.
Now, we've heard testimony that the 911 call was on October 5th, 2022, and that was essentially day one of the investigation. When was it that you came in as the CARD team leader to provide the consultation services that you provided oversight?
I learned about it from both Agent Snyder and Supervisory Special Agent Clark on day one, but I don't think I arrived there until it was either late day 2 or early day 3. I can't remember specifically.
Maybe the 6th or the 7th?
Very close on, yes.
Did you all establish a command post?
We established, so there was multiple command posts throughout the course of the investigation, but there was one. Initially, I was doing all my work from the FBI's Savannah RA, and then we moved the command post out to, I think it was Chatham County's Sheriff's Office training range.
When you say Savannah RA, what do you mean?
The Savannah Resident Agency, that's the sub-office. It's part of the Atlanta Division, but it's got a group of agents that work and cover the area of responsibility, the counties that are responsible from Savannah.
If I've been calling the Savannah RA the Savannah FBI office, is that more or less accurate?
It's the same thing. It just resident agency is a technical name for them, but most people do just call them the Savannah FBI office. It's easier.
Did you advise on the proper conduct of neighborhood canvasses involving questionnaires?
Yes, sir. One of the first things that we look at from the card process is a good neighborhood canvas. We talk about neighborhood canvas where the child, in the area where the child went missing. We have a very thorough process where you interview every single resident within a specified area, and that area is basically determined based on looking at a map and a logical distance that a child may be able to wander off or travel away. So, or anybody might have seen something suspicious. So I help set the parameters for that area, and then we set a team out to do a neighborhood canvas in the area around the missing child's residence.
Were you involved in providing oversight and advice on the proper conduct of a neighborhood canvas in the Buckhalter Garrard Avenue area, location of the residence in question?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in providing oversight and advice in reference to a neighborhood canvas at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did Azalea Mobile Home Plaza come onto the radar from your recollection?
Because we were aware of the fact that the mother had traveled to that area. That becomes part of the area of where we're looking. So we assigned then a specific parameter around that particular mobile home park, and we conducted the very similar neighborhood canvas that we did around the home with that area in the mobile home park.
And what is I've mentioned questionnaires, and I think you said questionnaires were involved. Can you tell us about these questionnaires that are used for neighborhood canvases?
Yes, sir. The questionnaires are something that the FBI has spent a lot of time and research on. They're in consult with our behavioral analysis unit. These questions are designed, and it's a several page. We identify everybody in a specific residence. We ask them to try to refresh their memory. Did you see any vehicles? Do you have any cameras at your house? There's a whole series of things that people that don't work child abductions may not necessarily think to ask. So these questionnaires assist our law enforcement partners and the team that's out there doing the neighborhood survey. They give them a series of, it's like 3 or 4 pages worth of questions that help to stimulate and provide us then investigative leads, whether that be video or somebody saw a vehicle or something. And we try to make sure that we hit every single house and every single adult resident in the house to ask them these questions so that we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both the residence where the child lived and the mobile home park. We can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can add 1 or 2 extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating reported child abductions?
Yes, this is all part of the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team's handbook. It's provided to state and locals. It is considered best practice.
Now, from your perspective, did the investigative team comply with best practices and follow the advice that you were giving in this case?
Yes, sir, they absolutely did.
And that starts with calling you all in the first place, I suppose.
Correct.
Now, at some point, were you involved in making contact with an outfit called Team Adam?
Yes, sir. Because of my involvement on the CAR team, and I've worked a number of these kinds of cases. One of the things that we bring to the table as the CAR team is the outreach that we have through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of the resources that they have is a group called Team Adam. Team Adam is a group of retired volunteers, former law enforcement. They have a number of services. They'll come out and help do the neighbor canvasses with you. They'll come out and help do any kind of search. But one of the very specific resources they have is a landfill team, and they're experts. It's a couple individuals that are really experts on landfill science, and if you've worked in these kinds of cases, that is definitely an area of concern when you have missing children as landfills. So I, after being briefed on the case and kind of seeing where some of the data was going, I reached out to our CARD headquarters at FBI headquarters, and then we reached out to Team Adams' landfill team to bring them on as part of our assistance team.
And did anyone from Team Adams' landfill team respond to Savannah and to the Savannah area and assist in this case?
Yes, sir. Two individuals that were experts in that field came down to assist myself and the investigative team over the course of that weekend.
Where and by that weekend, are you referring to the first weekend of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
So, talking about Wednesday, October 5th. So we're talking about like the 8th or 9th of October.
Yeah, and I don't remember the date specifically, but I know that Monday was a holiday, so they might have. It might have been Monday, the holiday day, that they flew down. But I want to say they flew down on Sunday, and we met at the landfill that Monday morning on the holiday.
And by this time, a specific landfill had been identified?
Yes, sir.
And had a specific area of that landfill further been identified?
It had been. So we had, using the data that we had kind of uncovered up to that point, we were able to provide the Team Adam experts and the landfill folks some of our initial findings, and they were able to identify an area within the landfill that was most likely to contain the garbage collection from the areas that we were most interested in.
And then going forward from that, once you have an area of interest at the landfill, what services that Team Adam then provides? What do they do?
So Team Adam they speak the language of the landfill experts, and it is, I've learned, a very technical science, if you will. The way that garbage collection is brought into a landfill, it goes to a transfer station from the trucks. From the transfer station, it's very specifically put in an area that they've designated for that particular day, or days, whatever the length of time it is. So that these experts, they can communicate with the landfill engineers, so they can tell you that if this particular garbage truck, if you will, collected from this area on this date, it went into this particular section of the landfill, which then gave us, it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a smaller haystack. So it's still very difficult to find, but it's a much smaller area than before.
And do they perform calculations designed to kind of guide you in estimating how much garbage you're going to have to search through and how long this might take and how many people it might take and so forth?
They do. Landfill searches, and I've been a part of several of them. They're very difficult. They're personnel requirements and hazmat requirements. So by having these experts tell us exactly where they feel and drawing the box and narrowing the scope of the search, because we also talk about compression rates as the truck pushes garbage down. So even though you may be looking at a small area, you may have thousands of cubic feet of trash to go through. So they help us with all those calculations. And in this particular case, they were instrumental in finding an area and then helping us decide what resources we would need to logically be able to go through that.
I'll reserve my thoughts for the break.
Area.
What do you remember about the estimate that they provided you in terms of how long this might take and how many people it might take?
It was long and it was going to be expensive, but it was not undoable. It was short enough that we felt like if we wanted to find Quinton Simon's remains, that would be it was worth the efforts to do it.
Was it on the order of weeks?
Yes, sir. I believe it was more than 3. I can't remember exactly, but it was definitely not going to be more. It was definitely going to be more than a couple weeks.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while that's going on, it's just hit me that it's likely. Oh, okay.
Now, I want to just briefly go back to the Henry Bubba Moss aspect of the case. Did you have ongoing contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
And how did he communicate with you?
We communicated through text, through phone calls, and through in person.
So had he provided a phone number with you, or to you? I mean,
we got it, I think, first, but then he confirmed that was his, and I talked to him. Mostly, he was very difficult. He works, and he's a laborer, so he's often out doing stuff and doesn't have immediate access to his phone. So I would sometimes text him, and he would get back to me later to meet up. There was several meetings that we had through the process.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 82?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize that.
Is that a screenshot of a portion of your text messages with Henry Bubba Moss?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that portion of the text messages?
It does.
And more importantly, does it contain his phone number on it?
It does contain his phone number.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as States Exhibit 82.
I don't have any objections, Judge. I've already reviewed it.
Very well. States Exhibit 82 is admitted.
Now, can you read from that exhibit and tell us what his phone number was?
His phone number is 706-526-1970.
Text messages from during the investigation, not recently, right?
They were during the investigation from my phone to his phone.
All right, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay, so
no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for the witness, Judge.
Very well. Thank you, and there's, I presume, no reason to
No cross.
not excuse him.
So, can I get my thoughts now?
Excuse him.
Okay,
you
no
can. Are those documents? Hand those off to Mr. Dean. I think Mr. Dean is probably going to give those to the clerks.
Okay, so I'll give my thoughts
Mr.
now.
Dean, who would you call next as a witness?
I'm ready to resume with Detective Lemons, if I can remember where I left off. I'm ready to do that.
Okay, so
I don't
then
know
we'll
whether
finish with
anybody wants a
Lemons.
break before we do that, or if we want to carry on.
I see lots of motions that say keep it going. You're not the only
I didn't even know that was possible. Okay.
So, Detective Lemons, come back and take your place at the witness stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath.
Okay, so while she does that, I have a theory, and I'll give it the benefit. I'll give two things. Okay, the benefit of the doubt. It's possible that the child was playing because he's a toddler. Was probably playing and then find herself in one of the trash bags, and maybe that's how she got picked up. Yeah, sorry, Quinton in this case.
Mr. Dean, whenever you are ready.
It's also possible the mom purposefully put the toddler in the trash to be picked up. Based on that testimony alone, but I will say the prevailing thought in my head till then has always been,
States Exhibit
why is she
13,
here?
Which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October
That's been my
5th,
prevailing thought.
Day one interview recordings, okay?
But now
And
I
this
don't know
is
so
the
much.
very last frame of the last interview that we watched. Can you look up at the timestamp and tell us when in the day this interview ended?
It is 10/5/2022 at 16:30:32.
4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this interview was over, did you guys take a break?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next things you did, or the next thing you did with the defendant, is ask her to write a written statement?
We did.
And how did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of the groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
Now, was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement?
Yes.
Okay. Before you did that, Did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
I was that day.
While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside?
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane, her oldest child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
What did she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quinton within those 24 hours, and I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
Did that seem to be her understanding of how these things work?
Yes.
That if 24 hours goes by without the person being found, and the odds kind of tank?
Yes.
While you were outside smoking a cigarette together, did she repeat that same thing?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette outside about her relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr., Quinton's father, during the time period that she was pregnant with Quinton?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
That her and Bubba had already split up before she even found out that she was pregnant. And then she talked about how Bubba didn't believe that she was pregnant, and that she had Quinton by herself. Like she gave birth to Quinton by herself.
You know, it was after that cigarette and that conversation that she was placed back in the interview room?
Yes.
And sometime after that, you all approached her to write a written statement?
Correct.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I'm going to try to turn this TV on.
Okay.
So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13 a file labeled Interview Room 1857 to 1947.
So we've talked about a lot.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things that I'm sure you want to, be sure that we completely understand. And so because of that, we want to take the time and just have you write, from start to finish, what we talked about. And I got a couple of things here I want to read to you. And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you the opportunity to put in your words, what happened, from really, starting yesterday.
Pick up my kids.
Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put the date down here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process in this statement. So you just read along with me, okay? Before recording any of your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just let that say, just don't start randomly write things. Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things. Where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling, what was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So I encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some limited, lines here, and the space provided on today's date. Write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember the things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this state. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and as accurate as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here, and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay. You have any questions at all? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again. There's an extra pen in case this one goes down. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come in here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from, the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quinton, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quinton both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quinton in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quinton was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep, cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quinton fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. so I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all 3 kids. All 3 of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with a old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I call 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
Okay. So, if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Okay. Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
They would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by, or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time I would publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Now, what time is this at?
So the timestamp on this is 2101.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to keep asking you.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon, FBI.
Yes.
Okay. And what are we going to hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up, or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. And a snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you. Everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? You don't? But it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. You know, and then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever, it's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger, it's slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's a snap.
Now, sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
Okay. And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes.
And did you all talk to her
We did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
Cheyenne.
And did you ask her whether she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right, but hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:25. I think we should take a quick break. We're going to fit this this exhibit in. We're going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour, okay? So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
All right, so let's just see. Okay, taking a quick break. They're back in here at this point. Fast forward a little bit. Can't hear anything. So without further, so there is one pressing thought that keeps going into my head, and is why is she here? Because I don't think the prosecution has landed their case yet. I haven't seen any compelling evidence outside of the FBI investigation to the landfill where the body was found. That was probably the only thing that I saw that could be like, right, this is how she got rid of the body if she did it. But there's nothing really sticking to me, because the 911 call, as well as these interviews, it's just reaffirming in my head that she is in distress, and it's possible that somebody else had, done something like this. It's even possible that because it just came out now that I think what's his name, Danny or something like that. I don't know. The boyfriend wasn't really didn't even believe that she was pregnant, and didn't even want to have the kid. Well, from what I interpreted, from what she told the detective here, I forgot her name. But based on what she told her, it didn't even seem like they wanted to have the Marion Lemons. It didn't seem like he was keen on having the baby. So could he have done this? Who knows? But so far I haven't seen anything to say that, to really stick it on Leilani. But she's here for a reason. So as the trial unfolds, I would love to know what that reason is.
Mr. Dean, you can go ahead and proceed with the showing of the video.
Thank you. So
Okay,
when
so
we
we're
left
back here.
off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Yes.
Oh no, I should
you were
change
going to go
that.
in with Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drug use.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she'd done the night before was smoke
Marijuana. Yes.
smoke marijuana. And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. I'll go ahead and publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2126 2229.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments what you think of what you've seen so far.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's just a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. So, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I do well with
Yeah, I appreciate you.
as much detail as I could, and I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here. So we appreciate you taking the time to
And I was trying my hardest to think about exactly what Danny was doing when I was in there getting the kids ready and all this for bed. I couldn't get the timers on it, but I do know that he was cleaning up for dinner and doing laundry and stuff like that.
Yeah, your memory is it's impeccable when it comes to the exact time. Yes.
There's a lot to do with Life 360, and we're trying to keep a schedule with my kids.
Yeah.
Trying to.
I can barely get up in the morning at the right time, so.
Now, anything in particular you can remember when you went to meet Red at any area of Flacco's Tacos? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything that stuck out?
No, I can take this perspective that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards not towards
Opposite of 95.
opposite of 95. There you go. That direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot at all?
No, none at all that I could see. Not parking lot. There's a rideshare across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there, so I really couldn't tell you about that.
And how about the Orangeville?
The Orangeville?
Yeah, how did you pay for that?
Oh, I didn't. I called my friend Misty. She already had some. and they didn't have any, I got in contact with her. And I had to do that off of a text now number because her phone's not on whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the Chevron. She walked up there. She handed it to me. I turned around and walked. So in that ordeal, you will find it in the bathroom.
Did you notice anything at the Chevron? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Okay, and help me again. Is that the Chevron on the corner of
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter. Yeah.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right, and it's literally immediately on the right-hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant because it was months ago, that I left that Jasmine's Food Mart about 9 o'clock at night. Oh, yeah, thank you. It's my little brother's food.
Looking after big sis, right?
I left there, and I'm pretty sure I was just picking up a couple of beers for dinner, and there was this little tan car that followed me almost all the way.
Wait, now I want a burger.
But by the time I had passed the school, it was pulling into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it. But they did pull out for Jasmine's the moment I did, and followed me all the way down that road until I passed that school. What time was that? It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't even when I know it was about 9 o'clock at night, because I had to work at 6 o'clock that next morning. And I was working 12-hour shifts, so it was probably on Wednesday. I think that's when I first started, and it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shift. It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah. But that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was probably like skinny little Mexican. So.
And the time that you got home last night, what time was that?
After I went to a floor, or after that, it was like 10:54. 10:53. It was before 11.
Okay. And then you made the you woke up at 9.
Yeah, this morning.
You woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or was your teeth just hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up at 9 o'clock. Like, I didn't feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car crank up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on, which is right next to the corner of my room where the bed is. And so I didn't hear anything. When I got up at 9, that was it. So between about 1:45 and 9 o'clock, I was asleep the whole time.
And then just walk me through again. And I looked at it here. I just want to have a good understanding. Exactly when you woke up, what was give me step by step what you did.
So the way the room is set up, my bed, as soon as you wake up, you can see the front door. So as soon as I woke up and I sat up, I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went and made sure all the kids were there. And when I noticed Quinton wasn't there, searched the whole house, up and down, in and out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything that I could search, I searched. Couldn't find it. So I called Annie.
What makes you know it was exactly that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction was look at my phone, and I got up, making sure, because if it was like 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep, because the kids weren't going to be up yet. You know, if it was 9, it means the kids would be coming getting up pretty soon. So I got up. I got up and looked at it, immediately went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Scout right there. Looked at the bed across in front of the playpen. Sam right there. Looked at the playpen. Quentin went there. I called Danny. After I searched the house inside.
When did you notice the door?
The door, as soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at the door was open.
And what door was this exactly?
The very front door of the house. And that door is normally always locked unless somebody's awake. So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. I went over, I ran upstairs to Paul, and I asked him, I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house, and he's not outside. No. Alright? So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and to pretty much try to help me look and search more while I got the other 2 kids in the house. So, and she came over right away. She was there before the cops got there.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
But when you called 911?
When I called, no.
He was not with you?
No. No, I think he was... I think he had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. So I called him and he was there like on 17, 120, something like that. And that's good timing. This week it's a 20-minute ride to work.
Right. You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated, and it wasn't like an argument. It was more like a, I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type of stuff. So once again, I was feeling worthless. Oh, yeah, pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off for a minute.
And so when you left the house last night at roughly
Like 10:30.
So you left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and like you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was
So
more.
you left.
I looked at him and I was like, yes, looked at him straight in the face and was like, before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and yelling and keeping everybody up in the name of I'm just gonna go away for a minute and I'll be back. And we'll talk. So we left. We're there to 204. Flockus Tacos, living in the middle of Flockus Tacos. Gave him $20, went back to the house, and we talked.
Don't talk about.
I crawled into bed. I crawled into bed with him with my head and all the kids. After I got back or whatever, and laid there for a minute and we just talked.
Did you talk about the problems you were having?
Yeah. We were talking. He was talking about how he doesn't know how to explain that becoming a father. I think it had a lot to do with his sex drive.
His what?
Sex drive.
Okay. Has it changed some?
Some.
It's not all.
So it's changed a lot, and that had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately. Because I'm sitting there thinking that it's me. Like, maybe it's just something about me. You just don't want it anymore.
Were you trying to do something before?
No, it was like I couldn't hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago.
What happened?
Like it started, and then he lost his toner in less than 2 minutes. He didn't try again.
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. And I finally said something less. And I didn't want it to turn into an argument, which is why I didn't say something about it when it happened.
Yeah.
So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left, went to go pay rent, and came back. And we were able to lay there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. My health is hurting. And I told him, I was like, we got to the end of we're good. And I laid there for a minute. And he went to sleep pretty quick after we finished talking. Me, I kept on laying there tossing and turning because I'm pain.
Did Percocets help some?
If I had a Percocet, he would prescribe me 800 milligram ibuprofen.
So you didn't get a Percocet from Red when you were out there?
No. I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that would be $35.
When was the last time you got some?
Last time? I would like 6 months ago. I don't do pills like that. Like, if anything, anybody gotta worry about anything with me is smoking weed. Because I don't smoke the hell out of weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her OD. I see her almost get covered up in leaves and touch. So I stay away from that. Yeah. Anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want it. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on stove. I mean cooked on dirt. They're homegrown and grown, not created.
Yeah.
There's some things that you just you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to what went on. You know that you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you
get dropped off, and she'll come pick it up. So, but no, we haven't been messing with the burger service.
So when was the last time that you actually exchanged a text message with somebody about using Percocets or buying Percocets for somebody else? When do you think that was?
It's been a couple of times the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
So, I can't tell you exactly the last time. It
That's
was probably day before yesterday, I want to say it probably was.
okay. So we got to go back to an accident taking place at the house. What happened at the house with Quinton? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and as serious and as genuine. And I hope you see that.
I do.
Both of us.
I do. I do. I really do.
All we have to do.
I want you to know that there was no,
It's fine, Quinton.
there was no accident. There was no playing with somebody in their head. There was no, oh, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all happened. When we got home, Daddy took them into the room, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as I started cooking. The night went like a normal night. That's what I don't get.
We know that from 11:40 until about 9:22 that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
Okay.
So we know the door never opened. You tell us that the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, the door was open. That door was 100% open. And the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is my cousin William was staying at that house, and where that camera is to the front of the house or whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. So the security system is not a security system if it's not being used properly. The door was opened about that far. From here, when it shuts, about that far. That was open for a fact. It's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was a normal night. Food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do. TV on, laying down. We had a bath,
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life.
And if the thing is, that is something we did. It was not normal. I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the case at 4:30. Not one thing. Not even the way the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Danny?
Yeah, both home. Danny was the only one home when I left by the time we got back, Paul, so.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three, between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives the...
He drives the truck. No, the truck. He drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often. It's better on gas.
Okay. What kind of car is the Dodge?
It was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
Mm-hmm. That's what we picked up the kids in. That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the origin.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
Okay.
And what time was that again that you picked up
him way earlier, but we wanted to get home and try to like.
Is there any way it could have been later?
No. Like I'm saying, we would have picked him up way earlier if we didn't have to go and pick up my mess and then go to the house and want to clean the house and straighten that stuff up. So it would have been earlier because we did leave work earlier that day because we going to go get this done. But we left at like 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32, something like that, 9:32, whatever. And we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house down, or whatever. And I relaxed for a minute, some more salt water and watching Netflix, not Netflix, HBO Max. I don't got Netflix no more. Oh, whatever. And then I told him that text Michelle, make sure it was okay if we picked him up at 4:30. If that was still okay, let her know what was going on. That yes, we are home, but this is what's going on. And that's what we did. And we picked him up at 4:35 to be exact. Told him that. I can show you that too.
Well, I don't doubt your memory is impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And again, it goes back to the trauma that you experienced. And you've got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Okay? And so.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. This most dark time. It's already dark. And the weather's getting cold. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's warm. I don't know if he's fed. I don't even know if he's okay in general. And that's what I want to know. I don't understand that y'all are doing y'all's job. I do. I 100% do. But there is nothing about last night that stood out, or that was out of the ordinary, or that didn't go as a normal night goes. Minus the fact of me hauling tail when I did to go pay rent and get orange out. That was it. Those are the only two things that did not go as normal.
But Lauren, accidents happen. Accidents happen. Things happen that in your mind that you want to suppress, that you just want to push as far away from reality as possible. And that happens. That happens in everybody's life. But there's things here that just aren't adding up. And I want you to help us understand that. Okay?
Yeah, and
Your car, the Dodge Journey, you drive that.
Yeah.
What's the white powder that's spilled in the back of that? What is that?
Baby cereal that busted in a cereal bag back when we were shopping. That's baby cereal.
Why is the Dodge Journey with your tag up in north and south on Ogeechee Road at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening, yesterday?
Yesterday, if it was at 6, he was probably going to go get beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him trying to go get beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't know. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer does he drink?
Natural Lights.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag that we normally tie in the closet in our bedroom for him to put them in there. And I don't know, you might find one or two in the car. He tells me up and down that he doesn't drink in the car. But I've found bottles of little fireballs and cans before, so that I won't know about. I don't know.
Well, just help us out. Like we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you, having Last night specific.
Last night?
Yeah.
I know that at one point I went out the back door to the play side.
Again, it's just you trying to help.
I know. I went to the back door of the play side to try to collect all the cups and stuff that I always find everywhere. Because, 11 something, I had already went to red and came back. Okay, I had already went to red and came back. It was 11 something. I'm just trying to help. Just straighten up and clean up. That's all that was. I opened that door, but that door only opened, that door on that side only opened twice. The other one would be in and out between Paul going in and out, Danny going in and out, letting the dogs out. You know, that's the only time the other door would be opening up.
Paul's asleep upstairs. He doesn't come down until you call him.
Yeah.
Danny is sound asleep because when you get home, you guys lay in the bed together and you go to sleep. So, the front door, I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it doesn't trigger, when it opens, one time.
Yeah, and you're talking about that thing on the top of it? That hasn't worked since I've been in that room. Now the white thing has not worked since I've been in that room or since I've been in the house. That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not chime. Does not make a noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from red and you brushed Quinton's hair, was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched his hair, moved it. He moved and curled over like this. Grabbed a blanket, curled over. So yes, that baby is alive. Don't say you're making me think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's not. I can't live with that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive and he was moving and he had color in his face and he was my happy baby.
I can see the joy when you talk about Quinton.
He was my happy baby.
What's she saying there?
He was my happy baby.
Was, not his.
Was.
Paused it at 22:08:01 to ask that question. Resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I gotta make sure he's okay. He could come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. If he needs attention right now, that's all we want to do is find him and bring him back to his mother.
And I don't know.
But if an accident happened, we have to do some sort of accident happen.
What's the thing? It's like, I don't want to.
Just tell us what happened. That's all we want to know.
There was no accident. There was no somebody falling. There was no horse playing. There was no door being left over and a child walked outside. There was none of that. None of it at all. Whatever happened, somebody picked that baby up out of that playmate and they took him with them. That's what they did. There's no way he can get out of that playmate on his own. No way. At all. Now that being tipped over by his brother or somebody picking him up or having a toy in there to step on. He could not get out of there. So I do not know where he happened to. I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened when I was not home. I don't know. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know if his family does the worst thing to you. So how am I supposed to know? I don't know. I don't know. But I tell you this, my kids will not be left alone with nobody again.
What in your mind? I can hear you talk. You don't trust Danny 100%.
And that's mainly because of what he's done. Yes. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's...
Yes. Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you say you're supposed to be home, and Danny's there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves, and just leaves the kids there unattended? Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. Yes. That would be 100%. That is something he would not do.
That's something that he does.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
We told you we're looking at every possible...
He's left my kids unattended before when I was at home.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you about?
He
say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids and I got home. Nothing. He just laid there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And we went to bed. So I'm not understanding. Not understanding. I don't think he would treat me, but then again, I didn't think he would leave my kids alone. I don't understand this, man. Now I have no leads on my babies. No lead on them at all.
We were working nonstop. And we're not going to stop. I can promise you, when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until we find Quinton.
red mark when he pops them. Not even a red mark. Not even a pink one.
What do you have to pop them for? What types of things do we pop them for?
Quinton had this thing about outlets. Trying to take things and poke them in the outlets. Or climbing up on counters into the pantry. That was Zane. He climbed up on the counter one day, turned the sink on, had the sprayer thing in there, and it was like a water park in the kitchen. Yeah. Okay? So there's things like that, just the everyday typical things that people get onto their toddlers about. Getting too close to the pool, getting too close to the stove, you know? Playing in the toilet, putting the toilet paper and stuffing it down the toilet. I've had to have my thing.
Does Paul ever discipline him?
Yes, Paul will pop them too. The only people that are allowed to are like their immediate family. So Paul is uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Thomas. Anybody else has to get me or them to get on dog.
Often does Paul walk him?
Not often, maybe once, twice a week. And it's normally like for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Like we can go pick up food or grocery shopping and then come back home.
Okay.
Type stuff.
Can he just come downstairs, or is there like a different way for him to get into y'all's area?
I know he has like come downstairs. Like there's that door entrance to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back, and then the front door. So he has to come downstairs, walk around the kitchen, through the dining room, just to get to my room.
Is Paul doing the same job that y'all are doing?
Yes, he works at the same place, but he works 2 to 10. He works the second shift.
Yeah.
The same exact place, and if y'all need that address where we work too, I can give that.
Yeah, so you mentioned the reasons that sometimes, they need to pop, one of the kids. Getting too close to the pool, playing with electrical sockets. Those are the types of things that I'm asking you to think deep on. And when you touched Quinton when you came home, was it any different than any other night?
The way he moved, the way he did a little with his eyes when I touched, when people touch your face in your sleep or whatever, everything, it was just fine. It was fine.
Did you change his diaper?
No, I did feel it though, and it wasn't full. Like, I could still pretty much squeeze it like this. No, I didn't. I felt him. He didn't need to be changed. And then when I touched his face, he just rolled over and literally turned like one hand and then the other hand like this and curled up. Curled up to it just like that. And he had his little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal thing in there with him.
And
she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and like attempt to go into her house and through her stuff until she had turned the light on and the person ran off. So
Does Paul usually hang out at night a lot?
Paul works night shifts, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home.
I want to step out and let you eat some of this, but I want you to think about a couple of things. One being tonight. I don't think you should go back to the house tonight.
No, I wanted to request if I could go to my grandmother's house and that we would keep her phone so I can give you her phone number as well.
We'll come back here and we'll get all that stuff.
Oh, never mind. It's really long. I won't be able to go to sleep at night anyways. At least I can go hold my babies. Right? I can go hold my babies.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house tonight. Maybe you have
No. My
accommodate you with a hotel room if you want that.
that would probably be better, honestly. I don't have to drive 30 minutes. But no, my grandma, I'm never willing to keep Sky over there if we needed her to, and I can pick up Zane and go over there and stay for the night.
At a hotel?
No, my grandma's house. It's right there in Guyton.
Okay.
I'm staying there for the night and then going back to the house in the morning.
If we could find a hotel tonight, would you do that?
If we could find one at night, I would prefer to be closer and then y'all be able to.
End of that. So does what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session?
Yes.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And at this point, I think this would be a good time to release the jurors for the evening. Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So I'm gonna release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media, and otherwise about this case. All right? And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow we don't start the trial again until 10 o'clock. So your instructions are going to be a little different. I would imagine that you would gather at 9 o'clock rather than 8 o'clock. Okay. So now you are excused.
The show's over, but that does not mean that the fun has to end. And I know how cliche that sounds, but really and truly, the fun really does not have to end. You know how good our streams are and how fun they can be. So we have decided to put them all into a podcast and a playlist format for you to binge on if you so wish. We also do recaps and clips of the best bits, the worst bits, all of those bits, lady bits, every bits, whatever it might be. We do that as well, and we upload onto the channel so in case you guys just you don't wanna watch the full thing, you have the option of watching just the short versions. It's up to you. You have the choice. You have the power, like E-Man. So without further, you can also check out the main Heinz website where we continue the discussions over there, but in a more broader context to try and get into the psychology of why all these things happen. The end screen should be up here so that you guys can see the content you guys can watch. The playlist will be on your left hand side or right hand side, I don't know which one, and the video that and a recap clip should pop up here. So without further, I'll just say bye, and I'll see you on the next stream, and most importantly, the Unintentional Juror podcast. See you there.